And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Council Committee meeting for June 25th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Item 2, and there's an agenda before us. Looking for the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Cermak. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you. Item 3 is the regular council meeting minutes from June 11th, 2024. Any comments, questions in regards to the minutes? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Ratcliffe. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right, moving into our public hearing section. So 4.1 is the public hearing for Bylaw 1190/24, application 0724 to amend the land use bylaw. So I'll call the hearing to order at 9:01 and now outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a member or presenter of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices are permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent modes, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before I turn it over to the development officer for the background report, let's take a moment to do introductions. And I'll start with my Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, great to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, good to see you again. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, James Moorish.
Good morning, Myrna Moorish.
Thank you. So with that, I'll ask Ms. Bealey, Senior Development Officer, to outline the background, please.
Thank you. So James Moorish currently holds title to Plan 982-5967, Block 1, Lot 13. It contains 20.96 acres. The subject land is located in the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan and is located approximately 5 miles west of the town of Rocky Mountain House in a multi-lot subdivision, directly off Highway 11A. Please note that at first reading, administration referenced the balance of the land being agricultural, but we've since come across a bylaw that was passed in 1990 that outlines the land was redesignated at the time that they created the multi-lot to the east to a CRA district. So this application is going from the CRA land use district to the CR district. The proposal is an existing yard site complete with a residence and attached garage and services, so a water well and septic field. This area is flat, treed land and is located in the most northerly portion of the subject land. Access exists off Highway 11A, adjacent to the north property boundary. The reason for the redesignation request is to create an additional residential parcel that encompasses the proposed yard site while not encroaching on the second yard site on the balance of the land. The remaining 18.71 acres of land will remain under its present designation, being CRA. It is fairly flat land that slopes towards an upper bench of a steep slope along the south property boundary. There is also a ravine-like feature that runs along the west property boundary. This land is heavily treed in the eastern portion with a perimeter of trees around the remaining boundaries. There is an established yard site complete with a residence, garage, shop, barn, and various ancillary buildings and services, so water well, and again, a septic field. Legal and physical access to the remainder exists off the same approach as the proposal, coming off 11A, but there's also legal access off of Tragondale Cove along the east property boundary, which could be constructed to provide physical access. Surrounding land uses are predominantly residential, with some agricultural and industry uses in the area. This land is outlined again in the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan as being a mix of country residential agricultural uses, wherein portions of the land may be exclusive residential uses. So I've included various provisions from the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, Municipal Development Plan, and Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw. So from the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, specific direction and policy for the northwest of 1439 of 8 outlines no subdivision or non-agricultural residences are appropriate south of the railway. The remaining of the quarter section, so the subject land, is suitable for mixed country residential agricultural uses, but portions may be designated as exclusive residential use. From the Municipal Development Plan, outlines provisions where council could request an environmental assessment report due to the features within the subject land. It speaks to limiting infringements on agricultural operations. Policy 6 outlines the general residential considerations, so your site suitability, location, compatibility with the area, access and services. Specifically for the traditional multi-lot subdivisions, Policy 628, should all the criteria in the MDP be met, including the subdivision being supported by an ASP, access off pavement, not within a half mile of a surface resource extraction, and outlines access to the land should be kept to a minimum. This application is just for the redesignation of the land, but it is the applicant's intent to further subdivide this land. So Policy 10 outlines the subdivision of land, providing opportunities for a variety of parcels. Preferred locations looks at legal and physical access, the need for parcels to serve a growing community, the number of permitted parcels, specifically 1027, which outlines in a multi-lot, the number of parcels is determined by council through an approved area structure plan. Policy 11 is in regards to water and wastewater services. Policy 14 outlines council could require additional studies, addresses what shall be considered when making decisions, and looks at municipal and environmental reserves, which are considered at the subdivision stage. From Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, I've included the CR district, where the purpose of this land use is to accommodate and regulate traditional country residential parcels while not permitting any minor agricultural pursuit. And an appropriate size for a CR parcel would be between 2.25 acres and 3.6 acres. I've also included the CR district just so you guys kind of have an idea. The purpose of this district is to accommodate and regulate traditional country residential agricultural parcels, but permit agricultural use on the land. And an appropriate size for that would be between 3.6 acres to 7 acres. So for policy considerations, this application is to redesignate the 2.25 acres to the CR district to allow one additional residential parcel within a multi-lot subdivision. The proposal falls within the Ferrier-Garth Area Structure Plan, wherein the intended use is mixed country residential agricultural or exclusive residential. The proposal is an existing yard site complete with a residence and services. All applicable development approvals are in place for the subject land. The proposal complies with the listed uses and setback requirements outlined in the CR district. The land has legal and physical access off of 11A, a paved road. The proposal does fall within proximity of a gravel pit. However, the existing ASP specifically outlines the intended use for this land to be residential. Therefore, should not restrict any future development on the property. The existing land designation is residential. The applicant could subdivide this property to a CRA district without having to go through the land use amendment process. However, is hoping for a smaller parcel size to separate the 2-yard site without encroaching on the one on the balance. There is also various multi-lot subdivisions on surrounding land of both designations being CRA and CR. Therefore, the proposal would be consistent with surrounding lands. At first reading, which was held on May 14th, Council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1190/24 with direction to proceed to the public hearing. It was advertised in the newspaper and on the county's website, where comments were invited from agencies, adjacent landowners, or any affected party. So staff are recommending that council consider this application to redesignate the land, and I will turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, does council have any questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
So, thank you, Reeve. Just confirming the CRA goes from 3.36 to 7, and therefore to get this smaller parcel, that's why it needs to be the CR district.
Correct.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. According to the map, it looks like a municipal reserve has already been taken on the front of this property. Will there be any additional reserve? with this
So municipal
subdivision?
reserves will be addressed at the subdivision stage. This multi-lot has a municipal reserve lot located in the northeast corner. Along the frontage, I believe that's just the right-of-way for the road, but I could confirm that for you.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Any further questions for the development officer at this time? Councillor Northcott.
For the subdivision of land, like, okay, so the rezoning doesn't have anything to do really with, it could be subdivided one way or the other, is that correct, this parcel?
It could be to a CRA parcel, so it would have to be a larger size than the 2.25 that they're asking for.
Right, I guess maybe the question I'm trying to find out, where is it in here that which policy permits that?
Because the property's already zoned CRA, they're not changing the land use district. So they could proceed with a subdivision application without coming before council for a land use amendment.
So, in the future, how many titles could be on that 20.6 acres, potentially?
They could fit it as many as to meet the CR district. So this area was all outlined in the ASP to be future residential land. So depending on how they drafted up that balance of that 20 acres, they could potentially create, I'm not sure, maybe 5 more parcels out there on that, depending on their sizes and where the access comes in.
And this was approved in when this area was developed too?
It was outlined in the ASP, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you. I will now ask the development officer if there were any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Administration did circulate referral letters. Alberta Health Services indicated that they believe the application poses minimal risk to public health, and then they provided their standard comments with regards to the Public Health Act with regards to nuisance and general sanitation regulations. Clearwater County Public Works indicated they had no concerns with the proposal. Same with Rocky Gas Co-op and TELUS. The application was taken to the Municipal Planning Commission as they act as a referral agency for council, and they reviewed and toured the property on May 15th. MPC looked at the age of the home to be subdivided, the location and proximity to the gravel pit to the south, and the quality of the farmland. And they recommend that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to this bylaw. One thing they did want noted is that they would like to see a caveat be registered on the land title indicating there's active gravel in the area at the time of subdivision. And no other comments were received.
Thank you. At this time, I'll now invite the applicant to speak towards your proposal and to add any comments to support your request and respond to any agency comments.
Just, this is a piece that, or a property that is already self-contained, and we are looking at it for estate purposes, basically, and to separate that piece. And it's already, you know, basically set up there, so.
All right. If you have nothing further, I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, I'll now check in with the development officer if there are any written submissions in favor of the request.
There were no other written submissions.
Thank you. I'll now ask any comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. If there's any member present wishing to speak in opposition, seeing none, has there been any written submissions received opposing the request?
No, there were not.
Thank you. I'll now ask the applicant if you have any final remarks. No?
Just, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think just,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you so much. So with that, I will close the hearing at 9:17 a.m. and no motions will be entertained at this time. And then moving on into our agenda, we'll move to 5.1, consideration of second and third reading of Bylaw 1190/24. Turn the floor over again to Ms. Beely.
Perfect. So again, the purpose of bylaw 1190/24 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 2.25 acres of Plan 982-5967, Lot 13, from the Country Residential Agricultural District to the Country Residential District. I've kind of reviewed all the background and everything at the public hearing, so if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but otherwise I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you so much. All right, so staff recommendation is looking for second and third readings, so looking for motions or discussion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Obviously, with Municipal Planning Commission, we had the opportunity to tour this site. For me, this is already an existing property. This is not creating new residential within proximity to aggregate. It's already there. This makes sense to do. I appreciate that it's a smaller parcel size and being contained that way. It fits in the area Garth area structure, or the Ferrier Garth area structure plan. So I would be pleased to make the motion for second reading.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on second reading? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
So is it going to be caveated on the land title that aggregate extraction is in the area? I know that was in the referrals, it was mentioned.
It could be a condition
Okay.
at the time of subdivision.
Okay, is it also a shared approach?
It is a shared approach.
Okay, but there can be a new one made that's not a shared approach?
There can be, so Tragondale Cove kind of comes in the central east portion there, and it could provide access to the remainder if needed.
Okay, I personally would like to see that done. I don't like shared approaches because it causes problems. It's been brought up a lot lately, it seems like in these, but I personally would like to see a new approach and then to have separate approaches so that to avoid any future problems. Other than that, I think this is, I would agree, straightforward, and I will be supporting second reading.
If I may, their little portion of road, you can see at the very north of their, yeah, right there. That is a little portion of road, so essentially they could have a wider joint approach there and utilize both.
Councillor Graham?
That's a public road?
That is a little bit of public road there, yeah.
Okay.
You come in off there and it provides access to the property to the east as well as access to their property.
Okay. Just as long as there are separate opportunities, so we don't see the pipes down the center of the driveway, that's all I want to avoid, and people coming in and complaining about their neighbors, cause
For sure.
one's not snow plowing or whatever the problem might be.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, when we toured the property, there is a chunk of that's municipally maintained road, or it's a municipally owned road. Or at least that was our understanding. So otherwise we probably would have made a similar suggestion, but yeah, it's a municipal chunk there.
Councillor Northcott?
Thank you. So out of the area structure plan, this paragraph, is this out of the area structure plan that would allow for further subdivision of the parcels in this area? Like, is this quote out of the area structure plan? Is this what, like, so I'll just read it. Barry Garth area structure plan, and it says the remainder, well, no subdivision or non-agricultural residences are appropriate south of the railway.
Correct.
The remainder of the quarter section is suitable for mixed country residential agricultural use, but portions may be designated for exclusive residential uses. Is that's the paragraph that allows for further subdivision of land?
Correct. That's the specific direction for the northwest of 14. This 20 acres would be the balance of.
That's amazing I find it amazing that paragraph is what, that's the binding that we have that says, yep. And other neighboring property owners, so in that area, they would be able to further subdivide their properties as well.
I don't believe some of them would unless they could meet both with their services and their residences. I mean, if they wanted to make application, we would bring it forward, but I don't believe some of them could be split.
Okay, and the caveat on the property there, sorry if I can have this question.
Absolutely.
Thank you. The caveat, when that's put on the title that, yeah, there's an aggregate reserve in the area, people can still oppose the development of natural resources such as gravel in the areas, right, which could have an impact on the decision-making in the future to develop.
Yes, if there's caveat on title, they could still voice their concerns to the county. It's just making them aware that there's gravel there when they purchase that land if they were to sell it.
Right.
If the applicant was to sell it.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting this motion for second reading. It's an existing residence and just being separated from the rest of the property, so it's quite straightforward.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on this, on the motion for second reading? Not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of second reading? That motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third. Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for third, and just reference my previous support information.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the third reading? I'll call, Councillor Northcott?
No, I guess the reason I support it is just it can be subdivided one way or the other, but it's just being rezoned. I don't know if I totally agree with the clause that's in the area structure plan that permits further subdivision of, but at this point, it's only a rezoning of, it could be subdivided one way or the other, whether it was supported or not. But that's, I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Okay, third reading motions on the floor. Any other further comments, questions? Call a question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we have finished with,
Thank you, Councillor.
thank you so much, and thank you for coming in today. You're welcome. So we do have a 9:30 public hearing. We are a few minutes ahead of time. And I hate to start another agenda item, so we can take a 5-minute break. And welcome back after a quick break. We are at item 4.2 in our agenda for a public hearing for bylaw 1192/24. So I'll call the hearing to order at 9:30. I'll now outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or on silent mode. And breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Then anyone who is present and who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, and the applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we start with the background, let's take a moment to do introductions. I'll start again on my right.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Great to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Jen McCormick from Westage Advertising. Good morning, Miranda Smith from Westage Advertising.
Good morning. So to start off, I'll ask the development officer, Mr. Connolly, to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Miranda Smith and Jennifer McCormick have an accepted offer to purchase from Dirk Lundy, who currently holds title to Plan 962-2910, Block 1, containing 1.52 acres. The subject lands are currently designated Hamlet Residential and are located within the hamlet of Leslieville. Miranda and Jennifer have made application to redesignate the existing parcel from the HR District to the Hamlet Commercial District. The existing parcel is bare, undeveloped land, and access to the parcel is obtained from First Avenue adjacent to the south property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to construct a building for the operation of their existing business, West Stitch Advertising. With their proposed twinning of Highway 11, West Stitch is looking to move their operations as they are currently adjacent to Highway 11 near Condor. They would like to stay in the area, which is why they are relocating to Leslieville. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly Hamlet Commercial and Hamlet Residential. The proposed plan conforms to the permitted uses listed in the land use bylaw for the Hamlet Commercial District. The proposal complies with MDP Policy 9.2.1, being that it will enhance the amenity and livability of the hamlet. 3.4.7A of the Leslieville ASP indicates that First Avenue, along with 3rd Street, shall act as the commercial district and the focal point of the hamlet commerce. Although this lot was not mapped and identified in the ASP for any future specific use, it follows the policy set out in the ASP to promote commercial growth within the hamlet. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on the adjacent lands and feel a development of this nature would enhance the commercial district of the hamlet. At the regular council meeting held on May 14th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1192/24. At this meeting, council directed administration to proceed to a public hearing. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and posted on the county's website. Upon considerations of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to bylaw number 1192/24. Thank you.
Thank you. I now ask if council has any questions for the development officer at this time. Seeing now, none, I'll ask now the development officer to present any comments received from referral agencies.
Alberta Transportation, pursuant to 6.18 of the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections. Transportation and economic corridors have no objection to the proposed land use bylaw change. This approval does not excuse violations of any other legislation, regulation, bylaw, or act which may affect the proposed operation. Alberta Health Services reviewed the application and they are satisfied with the application that it poses minimal risk to public health. This review included the referred application circulation package as well as the land use bylaw number 71401. At this time, Alberta Health Services has no objections to the approval of this application. However, some of the following may be required. Water system nuisance and general sanitation regulations. Section 11 requires water provided at a public place to be potable. TELUS Communications has no concerns. CN Rail acts as a referral agency and the municipality is the approval authority. CN does not approve or grant approvals or permits for the construction of developments adjacent to CN railway corridors. CN encourages the municipality to pursue the implementation of the following criteria as conditions. Number 1, safety setback of principal buildings from the railway right-of-way to be a minimum of 30 meters in conjunction with a safety berm. The owner shall install and maintain a chain link fence, a minimum of 1.83 meters height along the property line. The following criteria should be implemented as well for any sensitive commercial uses. Sensitive land uses means buildings, amenity areas, or outdoor spaces where routine or normal activities occurring at a reasonable expected time would be experienced by one or more adverse effects from containment discharges. Sensitive land uses may be part of the natural or built environment. An example would be a residence, daycare, education facility, places of worship, or health facilities. Clearwater County Public Works Operations has no concerns. Regional Fire has no concerns with the proposed application. They request that access to the property should be maintained and the CN right-of-way should not be encroached upon by any materials, equipment, or persons. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and discussed the application on June 19th. MPC favorably considers granting second and third readings to Land Use Amendment 8/24. Their reasoning was that the subject property is in a reasonable location. It is next to other businesses in the commercial area of the community, and the setbacks from the rail line are not enforced. They are only encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now ask if the applicants would like to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request or respond to any of the agency comments.
I don't think so. It seems pretty straightforward. Yeah,
Okay,
but open to questions. Anybody else?
okay. See none. Oh, Councillor Northcott?
Thank you. The chain link fence, where's that requirement coming from? There's a requirement there to put a chain link fence. Did I hear that correctly?
It's just a recommendation, so there's no requirement for them to go through with it.
Okay.
So on their development permit, we could put it as a condition or we could just do it as a recommendation. From CN.
From CN.
Right. I don't know. Are there other, is there a chain link fence existing in that area already?
No.
Okay, and I was thinking sometimes you can have a chain link fence if it's not properly maintained and stuff like that. For us to push the post out, it gets kind of visually unappealing to the eye, but in comparison to your current location where you're right on Highway 11 and the amount of vehicle traffic that goes by there every day, I don't know how much train traffic goes by there, but I assume it's a lot less than the vehicle traffic on Highway 11. So I just wanted to see about the chain link fence things.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll ask if any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application would like to invite? Seeing none. Mr. Connolly, has there been any written submissions in favor of the request?
None were received.
Thank you. I'll now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none. Mr. Connolly, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. So with that, I'll now invite the applicants if you want to present any final remarks before we close the hearing, or?
Oh, I think just that we are very optimistic that we'll bring a lot of good things to the community of Leslieville. We were pretty happy where we were by Condor for almost 30 years. So, I mean, we're not new to the area, born and raised. So yeah, so we're hoping this all works out, and we'd be excited to be there. And from what we hear in the community, people are excited to have us. So, yeah.
Awesome, thank you so much. So with that, I will close the hearing at 9:41, and no motions will be entertained at this time. So now moving on to consideration of item 5.3, consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1192, and I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Conway.
The purpose of bylaw 1192/24 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 1.52 acres of Plan 9622910 Block 1 from the Hamlet Residential District to the Hamlet Commercial District. The subject land is located within the hamlet of Leslieville, adjacent to First Ave. Please refer to the documents attached to the Public Hearing Council item for further details on this application. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 1192/24 for application 8/24 to amend the land use bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. So hearing the application, we're looking for second and third readings. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I will happily make the motion for second reading. I think this is a no-brainer. I said it at the first reading that I think it's great you guys are staying open and staying local. I agree it's gonna be wonderful for Leslieville, and I would personally not like to see the recommendations from CN forced on them because no one else has them, as Councillor Northcott kind of asked there, and it just seems kind of unfair to make some people do it and not others. So I would personally not like to see those recommendations enforced on them. And yes, I will be supporting my motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Graham. Any more comments on second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, second reading. And that motion carries. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Northcott.
I'll make the motion for third reading.
Thank you. Any comments, questions on third reading? I will reiterate what Councillor Graham says. I think it's fabulous that you guys want to relocate. You guys have a splendid business, and I can see the opportunity of the high school being close by, that they're gonna want more of their caps and shirts and coats and everything else that you guys provide. So no, thank you very much for doing that. All right, any other comments and questions on third reading? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you very much. You bet. All right, so now moving on to item 5.2, which is the first reading for 1224 to amend the land use bylaw, which would be following, I believe, yes. Be Mr. Bisson. And so with that, maybe we'll do a quick round of introductions first, if that's okay. So go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve and Division 7 Councillor.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning. Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Good morning, Becky Casperson's applicant.
Thank you so much. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Besson to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Becky Casperson currently holds title to the Northeast 1338-5 containing 157.61 acres of land. The subject land is located approximately 19 kilometers or 3.5 miles southwest of the hamlet of Condor. The landowner has made application to redesignate approximately 9.13 acres located in the northeast portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a subdivision application process to create separate title to the 9.13 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 9.13 acre parcel contains a residence and a few ancillary buildings. The applicant has indicated that the existing services include a water well and an open discharge septic system. The proposed parcel is larger than the maximum allowable parcel size. However, the parcel does encompass a wetland that should be registered as environmental reserve easement. The proposal is described as flat with some planted trees and wetland adjacent to the proposed east property boundary. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing road access off of Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is described as rolling land. The northwest and southeast portions of the quarter are used for a tree farm operation, and the north central and west central portions of the quarter is mainly cleared pasture land. The southwest portion of the quarter is mostly wetland. There is a residential yard site located in the central portion of the quarter section. There's also a developed residential subdivision taken out of the southeast corner of the quarter section. Although the majority of that existing residential parcel was taken out of the northeast corner of the Southeast 13, staff has confirmed that it should be considered the first parcel out of the Southeast 13. Staff has, access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the CRA parcel. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicant is here and can speak to the proposal. I'm not going to go over planning policy with you. I know you guys are very familiar with the second parcel out residential parcels. So I will just, actually perhaps what I'll do is just indicate something that was neglected to be added to that planning policy is just the policy around environmental reserve land. That is something that we have the option to protect. Typically we do that with environmental reserve easements, and that could be registered around that pond that's in the northeast corner of that proposed parcel. So planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 9.13 acre CRA parcel in the northeast portion of the quarter section. With current MDP, oversized parcels may be approved to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities. The proposed parcel is larger than the maximum allowable parcel size. However, the parcel does encompass wetland that should be registered as environmental reserve easement. Legal and physical access does exist. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with the MDP policy 10.2.2. So our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1200-24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Are there any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. How many, if an environmental reserve was taken there, how many acres approximately would that be?
Roughly, it would take off approximately 2 acres out of that acreage. So it would bring the total size down to just slightly over 7, 8, well, be right around 7 acres total of developable space.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, you have presented that it's an open discharge septic system.
That is correct.
Is it all in compliance with this new subdivision? Is it within its bounds?
The boundaries would not meet the setbacks for an open discharge. The applicant is aware that the septic system would have to be replaced.
Okay, so that will be on recommendations?
That would be a condition of the subdivision approval when we get to that stage.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. How do you determine when there's a parcel created between two between two quarter sections? How do you make the determination that it belongs with one or the other?
Sure. So we went back into the quarter section file and looked back at the history of how that was created. That was how it was created was basically considered the first parcel out of the Northeast 13, and so that's just looking back at the history of the subdivision application back at that time.
Yes,
Follow-up? And back then you could have 2 residents on such a small parcel? Because it looks like there's two little house dots.
I'm not sure what the situation of that is, but that is a good point. I hadn't noticed it until now.
Just found it interesting. That like when it just proves that the maps that they created in these perfect little squares didn't necessarily work with how people used the land.
Absolutely.
I found it interesting.
Councillor Graham?
How come the wetland is included in the subdivision when, if it wasn't, it would be the proper size?
So that was something that we had talked about with the applicant. They just simply applied for a square parcel to be taken off of the acreage. In talking with them, they had indicated that they wanted a 7-acre parcel. Because they had squared it off, I had measured it out and came up with approximately 9 acres. And I said, at the end of the day, because we would be registering that wetland as an easement, we could apply for it as 9.13 acres, as you see before you. It's not taking up good farmland. It's not taking up extra farmland. Whether it stays with the remainder of the quarter section or gets registered as environmental reserve easement, one way I guess you're protecting the wetland, whereas the other way it would just simply remain with the quarter section. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Question regarding the easement itself. How does that get titled when it's the county doing it? So when the province did it, they took a title and they titled the property that they do. When we register an easement, that doesn't get titled to Clearwater County, does it?
No, it does not. It gets it's an easement that gets registered on title by caveat. It's supposed to be treated as if it's owned by Clearwater County and protected as such, but it does remain with the acreage owner.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I just need clarification on that little subdivision where it takes in 2 quarters. So that would be considered first parcel out of both quarters?
No, that is considered the first parcel out of the northeast 13. The southeast 13 has a first parcel out further down in the, I believe it's in the southeast corner of that quarter section. That was the first parcel out of the southeast 13. When they came to clean up the acreage that was built pretty much on the quarter line, they created the acreage out of the northeast 13 to straddle the existing quarter section line between those 2 quarters.
So that chunk of land that should be in the south quarter is actually now in the north quarter in registration.
Essentially, yes. I mean, the way we look at, I'm not sure exactly what the title of that parcel how it would read, whether it would read part of the southeast 13 or part of the northeast 13, but how it was applied for was to be taken out of the northeast 13. And so that's how we consider it the first parcel out of the northeast 13.
So if this happens again, then it's up in the air how it's gonna be registered. If there's more parcels in our county like that. Yeah, there is some.
There
I
are a
know.
few, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, we look back at the history as to how that parcel was created, and it's fairly clear based on the history that it came out of the northeast 13.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments or questions in regards to this item? And if not, looking for a motion to proceed or to grant first reading of the bylaw. Councillor Lougheed. I would make that motion for first reading. Thank you. Motion for to grant first reading on the floor. Any other comments, questions? If not, looking for call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for coming in today. Okay, so with that, we are now moving on to item 5.4, which is first reading to bylaw 1201/24, application to amend the land use bylaw, and that will be Mr. Conley. Here he comes. And you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Reeve. Kalinda Cole has made application to amend the land use bylaw on Plan 232-1275, Block 3, Lot 1, containing 10.98 acres. The subject land is currently designated light industrial within Clearwater County's land use bylaw. It is located adjacent to Highway 22, approximately 1.2 kilometers south of Highway 11 and 22 intersection. The applicant is proposing to redesignate the subject property from the LI district back to the A district. The property was rezoned due to the operation of a business which is no longer active. The applicants have been trying to sell the property and would like to rezone it to the agriculture district because it does not fit the market as a light industrial parcel. The subject property was zoned LI for the operation of a business. At this time, the business is no longer in operation and the property is listed for sale. The surrounding land uses are agricultural and residential, therefore an A zoning is more appropriate. Regional Fire and other agencies will have an opportunity to comment on this application during the referral and public hearing stage. Thank you.
And thank you for that. All right, any questions or comments in regards to this application? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious why A and not IA? Because isn't IA the one in between CRA and A?
Intensify.
Yeah, isn't that the one in between?
Ms.
We've been
Gill?
doing a lot of IA lately because they don't fit the size for A, so I'm just.
Not necessarily, I guess. Like the agriculture district could be a variety of sizes. The district doesn't specify like a minimum size. It just says whatever the lot size is. The IA is intended for certain uses that don't require a large, like if they have a plan for like greenhouses or something like that, if they don't require the full quarter section, and there's more specific uses in that district, like less variability, but in this case, it's just a small agricultural parcel, which we do have a few of those in the county as well. Most of them were created by fragmentation, but we do actually have quite a few parcels of this size in the county as well. But it could be agricultural as well, and IA isn't necessarily, like depending on what somebody's proposing to do in the parcel, isn't necessarily appropriate in this case either. They're just, it's not working as a commercial or industrial type lot, so they're proposing it as agriculture, so it's just, it would be a small agricultural parcel. But the ag district doesn't specify a size, it just says the size that a parcel is essentially. So it could fit under almost anything.
Follow-up to that?
Yes.
So why then couldn't it be just an oversized CRA? What's justifying the A versus any of the other ones? Because historically we go the other way. We're not typically going this way. We're historically going the other way.
Yeah, and I think in this case, because it's larger, they proposed to put it to agriculture, because then somebody could have some horses or something on there. And I mean, I suppose you could with a CRA too, but it's technically too big for that, and because there's no services on there, they've proposed ag versus CRA because it doesn't fit in CRA for size requirements. But
okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. So the intent is not to rejoin this parcel with the rest of the agricultural land there, but a separate parcel?
Mr. Conley?
It will stay as its own parcel, yeah.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we not get told all the time that we need land that is zoned appropriately for industry operations? Every time we get an economic development update, that's literally the first thing that we get told, is that we need land zoned for that use. If we're removing one of the lands that is zoned for that use, is that not going against what our economic development officer has continually told us?
Go ahead, Ms. Gillen.
my button doesn't want to work. It's not just the economic development thing is not just not just the land that's appropriately zoned, but generally it's also related to services. So like we do have light industrial lands that are like located within the county and or Caroline, but they don't have services, and that's a hindrance for some companies. And I know that they've had this property for sale and have not been able to sell it under the current zoning. So I believe they feel like it would be more conducive to an agricultural parcel that would allow somebody to construct a residence, because those are more desirable at this time than an industrial lot in the middle of nowhere with no services. So.
Thank you. Councillor Gray?
I think for me, this kind of comes back to letting people do what they want with their land. This is going to be sold off regardless, so why not make it possible for people to do that if that's what they choose to do with their land? It certainly has been a very important piece of land for this community for a long time, and it would be great to see whatever agricultural pursuits could take place on there. So I will make a motion for first reading, to grant first reading.
Thank you. Any comments or questions in regards to the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
I'm looking at this parcel. It seems to have a setback from the highway, and it has an approach that reaches out there. Is there a physical or legal access? It doesn't look like this borders on, or is that a right-of-way that is registered on the very east or west side of the parcel?
That is a service road that was taken at the time of subdivision. So they access through the service road.
So that block of land to the west of the property is a easement for the highway then?
Yeah.
Or, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Based on the little dots, and I mean, I've seen this property, so it's saying that there's a residence there, with a little house there. I know that there isn't one, so I'm just curious why that's there. And there's 3 little dots. How many residences are permitted on agricultural parcels? And are they currently have development permits for the 3 dots on the remainder of the parcel?
Mr. Connolly?
Can have up to 2 if you're over 80 acres, and then you are permitted to have a 3rd one if it's for farm help. I don't know about the development approval, but that's something that we can come back with at the public hearing stage.
Yep, supplementary.
Supplementary, thank you. The remainder of that parcel, because this isn't being taken off that parcel, this is a standalone parcel, it would not be possible to be a condition of any type of development anyway, right?
No.
So then that it wouldn't really be relevant for you to come back with that information anyway. So I apologize. It's just looking at it as a whole rather than just looking at the one. That's my mistake.
Ms. Gillum?
I just wanted to note too, just because the little house is there doesn't necessarily mean there's a house there. It means there's a rural address for the property. And usually that's previously where a structure was. So the house just applies to like where the main or primary use is on the property related to the rural address. So in this case, there's not actually anything there, but it still has a rural address because there previously was the business operation there and a structure for that business.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Just to go back in the history on this parcel, it looks like there's 5 titles on this quarter land. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's 5. Is there
In the top corner too, there's 6.
1, 2,
No, that's.
In the,
oh, possibly, yeah, way in the, or is that a pipeline?
Oh, that's a pipeline.
that's a pipeline, there's only 5.
Title lines.
But I guess,
Go ahead.
when this parcel was designated to light industrial, was it rezoned for the purpose of subdividing? Like, was it rezoned and then subdivided?
Mr. Connolly?
I believe it was rezoned to be subdivided, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
And I guess my other question is, if for the business that was there, it could have been rezoned, but there was no requirement to subdivide the property. Could have been rezoned or for those number of acres to have the business that was there, but it didn't. There was no requirement, was there, to actually subdivide that 10 acres?
No, they could have done a spot rezoning top.
Right. I'll just leave it at that for now.
All right, motion on the floor to proceed to to a public hearing, to approve first reading and go to a public hearing. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I will support first reading. We can't go back in history and make any changes that way, but what we can do, which we don't get a very big opportunity to do, is create more ag land. And that's actually what this hopefully is actually going to accomplish, is to create more land use for agriculture. So I will be supporting first reading.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, I'll call the question. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I just want to confirm that regardless of whether we do this or not, it can be subdivided currently. So we're not creating an opportunity for an extra title that wouldn't have been able to happen without us doing this. This can happen even if we do not approve this. This can be subdivided, correct?
This cannot be subdivided. It's already been subdivided. Oh,
like broken off of the quarter because they're trying to sell that parcel.
They would have to do an ASP to do that.
How were they trying to sell it before then?
Well, it's already its own parcel. Like that 10 acres is its own, it has its own title.
Okay, so we're not creating another title in any way?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Any more questions, comments on the motion? Not? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I'll support it just for first reading to go to the public so that the public is aware and has the opportunity to have input.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. All right, now moving on to new business. And that brings us to item 6.1, Public Works Operations, Stock at-large signs, the request. And looking across to Director Hansen, please. And Mr. Howe.
Well, good morning, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, council. Take a break from planning for a bit there and talk about something fun like Public Works. So this is fairly new. We don't see too many of these stock grazing, stock at large requests. So we did actually have to refer to the policy, which is dated. And so to let council know, that is one of our policies that we're currently reviewing. The policy direction isn't entirely clear. And it is a council approval, so we will do our best, and I think we've done our best to try to negotiate through the policy to make a fair assessment and a recommendation here to council. So a little bit more background. We recently received a request to install 2 stock at large signs down on the Red River access, also known as the Coal Camp Road. It's basically on the entire gravel portion off the end of the pavement all the way to the Forestry Trunk Road. So for council's information, this grazing lease is not new. You know, according to the managers of the Red River Ranch, it's like over 50 years old. Really, the request comes from the need to provide signage for the public. You know, to that these aren't feral cows down in this area. These are owned by the ranch, and it needs to be managed as such. And it's a communication piece that. Again, we haven't seen signs down there in a long time, but that's why they've come with this request. They really need to help educate the public there on that these are managed by the ranch and these aren't just, say, feral cows. So really from a policy perspective, it mentions that it's whoever installs the cattle guards is responsible for the signs. Of course, the county's inherited those signs years ago. And then that the cost share is indicated as between the applicant and the county. So basically what we come up with is that the applicant will provide the signs, Clearwater County would provide the posts. It's a nominal cost to the county. There's like $100 and some odd there to facilitate that and provide, say, these information signs for that owner. So with that, staff is recommending first sign, the cattle guard, where the Coal Camp Road turns to gravel from pavement or the east boundary of the forest grazing allotment. And the second sign on the eastbound lane at the intersection of the Coal Camp Road on Highway 40. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, perfect. Comments, questions in regards to staff recommendation? And go ahead, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Now that I'm done giggling about feral cows, I will make the motion for the first staff recommendation.
Question to administration. Are they 2 separate motions, or could it be, it's just identifying one sign and the second sign, or could it be one motion with both signs identified? Looking for a suggestion.
We're very good with the single motion to us both. A single motion with both.
Okay. Deputy Reeve?
I'll amend my motion to encompass both of the signs. I think this is a no-brainer. I drive down there all the time, and if the more we can alert the public to cattle at large is a positive. I truly do believe that. Before you call the question, though, Reeve, I do have a question. Where are we at with the farm signs for highways and potentially implementing those on our road network?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Deputy Reed. So the administration is working on that. We're planning to bring that back for council's review this summer. We are trying to update both the science informational policy and science private policy together with that farm equipment crossing sign. Thank you.
Councillor Lahid?
Thank you, and I would assume that the nature of this sign is advisory, not a regulatory sign. And would there be any liability issues with Clearwater County being involved with placing that sign there? Would the liability still remain in the owner of the cow?
Go ahead, CO Emmons.
Reasonably, no. Anybody can sue for any reason, try. But as you appropriately stated, Councillor Lahid, it is a warning sign by permission. So it is not Clearwater County's liability. It falls on the landowner and the driver because it's open grazing.
I have a question, oh, do you have a follow-up?
Just a follow-up.
Yeah, for sure.
I-
Yep.
I have black and white copy. So, is there a color version of that, just so I see the coloring of the sign, because people get used to, if it's a bright orange, or is it a yellow
The sign
color-
itself.
color sign? Not that we see these all the time, that's all, the only reason I'm asking.
The other direction. Maybe move the other direction.
So in my world, a black and white sign is a regulatory sign. A cautionary one is yellow, or potentially, if it's of a more temporary nature construction, it's kind of that bright orange color. Any idea what it would, I would just assume it's kind of that yellowish, orangish color, but.
Yeah, we'll have to, with the applicant, again, it's not something that we deal with a lot, but you're absolutely right. We reserve black and white for regulatory signs, so we'll have to work with the landowner there on the construction materials as well as the colors as well. So, and of course, with us installing the signs there, we'll make sure that they're installed in a safe location. So, but thank you for the observation.
My question is in regards to, I know when it comes to oil and gas, there are phone numbers on signs to report if there's something amiss, askewed, whatever that's happening. Because of the grazing owner there, and I know over time, ownership can change. Would that be something that would be identify the grazing, a contact number, I'm just saying, so if there's an issue out there with the cattle, that owner's there, or is it just 911 and that ends up happening? They contact, they have that information to contact that grazing lease owner. I'm just curious on that.
Yeah, wait, there again, it's throughout history, I don't know if we've seen contact information on a grazing or a stock at large sign. If that's something that the council thinks is important, we could make that request or as a requirement for the sign.
Yeah. Might want to just inquire. I just like that inquiry. Go ahead, Deputy Mahal.
Thank you, Reeve. Do you need a change in my motion at all to reflect the coloring? That was an extremely good catch. If that's something I need to put in there?
I don't think so. It's, there again, the policy does, we are the approval agency. We can hear clearly there that about, I say, the type and the color of the sign, information is required. We can certainly take that back to the landowner and don't anticipate any problems.
Okay. So a motion on the floor to install a stock at large. Go ahead, Councillor Lai.
Question, as many of my local residents maintain a fence to kind of limit their liability, doing due diligence of keeping their cattle separated from the motoring traffic. Does this somehow indicate or condone or validate any shirking of responsibility to those individual landowners? Like, I just don't want to see a whole lot of applications come into Clearwater County. We'll do away with our fences and put up a sign on the road. So I just imagine that there still must be liability concerns with having your livestock at large.
I would agree. The difference is today, like, as this isn't, the cattle guards are existing, so there's the fences on one side and not the other currently. So it goes through an active grazing allotment there with cattle guards, so the cows are currently doing it today. We've never made it a requirement for them to fence off the road yet. If that was, council wasn't in favor of it and that's the direction that they want to go, we could actually from a operations perspective, no cattle guards are great cattle guards. Cattle guards to maintain on public roadways are horrible. But this is this is a long-standing grazing area there with these cattle guards in place. So it's a different conversation, for the requirement for fencing, removal of cattle guards, compared to a grazing sign today, or a stock at large sign today, sorry.
All right. So motion on the floor to install stock at large signs at the following locations. First sign at the cattle guard where the Coal Camp Road turns to gravel from the pavement or the east boundary of the forestry grazing allotment, and the second sign on the eastbound lane at the intersection of Coal Camp Road and Highway 40. Any other comments, questions on the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion's carried. Thank you. All right. So now moving on to item, that would be, 6.2, which is the Rocky Mountain House Airport Terminal costs. And I believe it turned back to you, Director Hansen.
Yes, well, good morning again. Not a great news story when it comes to the tender for the airport terminal. Council back in June 2023 approved cost sharing of a new airport terminal. Basically, the cost share was 50%. The estimate was about $1.4 million or $700,000. It was approved in the 2024 budget. The tender for this project closed on June 4th of 2024. The lowest valid bid came in at about $1.8 million. So the total project estimate is approximately $2,130,000. That's approximately $730,000 over the budgeted amount or the estimated amount. The county's additional share with this tendered increase will be about $365,000. It's important to note that the town of Rocky Mountain House is the managing partner for the airport, as well as they were the ones that were doing all the heavy lifting with coordinating with all the engineers. They're actively looking at ways to potentially reduce costs, change of scope, change of amenities, etc. Those items will be brought to a future ICC to be fleshed out. This is really just an opportunity to get this information in front of council a little bit sooner. I know the town of Rocky Mountain House administration is also presenting this information to their council, I guess, in preparation to a future ICC meeting, so where that decisions can be made at that level. So really, I think the only important item of note here is that through a tendering process, there is a timeline through that tendering obligation. So that's why in the recommendation that it refers to that the ICC meet before July 26th to discuss and make a recommendation of how they'd like to move forward on this project. So yeah, with that we go to basically outlines what I just said there for the staff recommendation.
Perfect, thank you. Any comments or questions in regards to this item? If not, looking for a motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just that I'd love some feedback from the rest of my council to get an idea of marching orders for that ICC meeting. Now, I don't know if this particular venue is the place for me to ask that question, but I'd like some marching orders. There's only 3 of us that sit on that. I'd love some feedback from the rest of my council as to the direction that they would like us to go in that meeting.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have been surveying different airport terminals around the country, and I think I've shared pictures of those with most of you. And there are few the size even of the current terminal. And as I spend some time at the airport, I know that the current terminal space is vastly underutilized. So for me, honestly, I think the Bowman proposal should be looked at again as being something that is more cost effective and more than adequate for the current needs and probably well into the future.
Okay, thank you for that. I know that in the past, this terminal building has had issues with water, mold, et cetera, so we know that there's an imminent need to do something to fix it, so I would, and I know that this council is currently going through the land use bylaw, and we did talk about economic development that's happening out there at on that property and how we can enhance economic development out there, so seeing this price come in is jarring at least. Must be gold-plated everything, I don't know. So I think this deserves a relook at definitely at the ICC level and where everybody wants to go, but we have an opportunity to maybe step back and reevaluate everything again, and maybe that's where, as Deputy Reeve Melhoff has suggested, where does this council would like us to focus at the next ICC meeting, and where does that go? Late at Councillor Graham, please.
Yeah, I think I want to get into the airport building business at this cost. But I was just going to make the motion as per staff recommendation that council directs administration to bring the information to the next town county intermunicipal collaboration committee for further discussion prior to July 26, 2024.
Thank you for the motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think the Reeves comments are very appropriate. Having spoken to some of the town councillors, I think there's not a significant support from the town also for spending this kind of money. Additionally, I had the opportunity to meet a pilot at the airport who also owns a concrete repair business. And his comment was what needs to be repaired. So definitely having another look at this is appropriate.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. With the town being the managing partner, are they not the ones bringing this this presented information to the town county ICC meeting? If that is true, then do we not have to direct you on what information we want you to bring to because I mean, the motion itself says directs administration to bring information. Well, the town's already bringing this information, so do we not need to give you direction on what you need to bring, or we just show up? That's why I was asking the team what direction we need to give to get the information that we need in order to make a decision for this table to bring to the ICC. I don't know if that made sense, but I'm trying to.
CEO Evans?
Thank you, and I think the overall objective of Mr. Hanson today is for Clearwater County ICC members to get a level of comfort in representing council of the whole and bring that into ICC. Administratively, we've met with the town. At our level, we're quite comfortable. We're on the same page, to be very blunt. We believe this is very expensive for the size of the building and what we're getting, and other avenues should be looked at. That's our level. We believe also that there's better use of our tax dollars at this point. Again, that's administrative level. Mr. Hanson wanted to bring it forward so that the ICC members from Clearwater County could represent in comfort at the ICC.
Perfect, thank you. Ms. Serha?
Yes, the only caution that finance would have is that you've seen this, if this is a priority of the two municipalities, you've seen the cost of this facility increase exponentially over the course of, I would say, the project being in front of the ICC and the two partners. The caution would be the last time this happened that, the smaller facility ended up being estimated at more than what the larger facility was in the first place. So the caution would be, if this is a priority, to move quickly and get a plan in place. Otherwise, you could be in the same position of having a smaller building or smaller facility costing more if the inflationary pressures continue to rise on this, on building infrastructure as been happening in the recent past.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I remember when it was first looked at, it was, this has been talked about for a little while already, a few years. Any more comments, questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'll just make another comment on the Bowman proposal, which was to put a new building on this foundation, but to fill in the basement and compact it back so that it's structurally supportable, it would support the structure. Just repairs to the existing building, I'm not sure is a reasonable approach. But a new, more efficient structure of a similar size with a different floor plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Comments? All right, see no other lights, I'll call the question on sending this back to ICC for further discussion prior to July 26, 2024. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, I've heard from Councillor Radcliffe, but there's still 3 other members that don't sit on that ICC, that as a member sitting on the ICC, I would love some feedback on what direction to take this when we go to ICC. I'm sorry, I didn't get, thank you, Councillor Radcliffe, but I would love to hear from the rest of the team.
Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and always, I think I could echo some of the disappointment of the community that we're looking forward to the benefits and economic development that would follow with an investment in this long-term infrastructure is there. So I'm disappointed, as I'm sure the people doing the heavy lifting were disappointed that the pricing came in way above what they had estimated. And I think that stalls the project without going back and seeing what options there could be with solutions that would meet our needs but yet stay within a budget. So I would still think that budget might be achievable, but with a lesser building. That's kind of my perspective.
Thank you. Looking at the other 2 councillors that are not on ICC, do you have anyone offer any comments at this point in time? Or you're waiting for suggestions? Or what has been said is already, you concur with Councillor Cermak?
I would echo what Councillor Lougheed said. It needs to go back and get within that budget or close to that budget. Yeah, it's just quite a shock that it came in that much higher. That's almost double what we wanted to spend. And I thought the 700 was outrageous. Now they want to add another 500 onto it. That makes it 1.2. No, I would not be in favor of it. So I needed to go back.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Yes, I support this recommendation to take back to ICC, but I haven't been privy to sit on the ICC meetings in the past. There'd be a lot of information that I really just don't know about, so I don't, to send it back to get more discussion there, I don't sit there, so I don't have a lot of the information that was available regarding the airport and all those details. I just, if that information is brought back from that committee to be presented to the council, then I could make a decision, but I don't have any comments beyond this right now.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so with that, I think we've got our marching orders then for the next ICC meeting, and we'll go from there. Thank you for coming in. So now looking at item 6.3, Office of the CAO, the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Fall 2024 resolutions. So looking across to Ms. Haight, please.
Good morning, Chair and Council. So this item is brought before you today to provide direction to administration on resolutions that you may wish to have drafted for the upcoming fall RMA conference. There have been 4 suggested resolutions. First one is regarding the expansion of the Alberta Health Services Mobile Integrated Healthcare Program. Second one is changes to Alberta Grizzly Bear Recovery Plan policy to allow property owners to shoot and kill grizzly bears on their land for protection of livestock. The third is expansion of surgeon hospital privileges in central Alberta. And the fourth is development of a province-wide rural midwifery strategy. That draft resolution was submitted by the Clearwater Rocky Health Professional Engagement Team. So just looking for thoughts and directions on proposed resolutions.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor up for comments and questions in regards to the resolutions that were draft resolutions, or comments about what we would like to submit, or if we, in that regard, what's been presented to us. I know for myself, I'm a little apprehensive about going into that, the one about surgeon hospital privileges. I believe we can advocate to the help support advocate to Minister LaGrange, but I'm not sure we need to dive into that realm too much unless there's other rural municipalities that come. Maybe that'd be a discussion at the next CRMA meeting to see what our other central Alberta municipalities are having issues with as well. And maybe we can go conjoined. Lights are on, so I'll give Councillor Ratcliffe an opportunity here to chime in.
Thank you, Reeve. I think all these resolutions are valid. Regarding the surgical privileges, I think the advocating has been going on for years without success. So I think I'm not sure if this is the right thing, but I think another approach needs to be tried. I would like to suggest a fifth. Sorry for doing it this way. This occurred to me as I was driving back from Nordegg on Saturday. And so I'll just go into it a little bit and see what the rest of council thinks. The resolution would be around developing a municipal, provincial, and federal framework for policy development. We all know that municipalities are the closest level of government to the people, that we provide most of the services to the people, and that most policies or programs cannot be successful without the participation of municipalities. So I would need a lot of help drafting this, but that we develop a framework where all 3 levels of government can participate in policy development. I know we heard at the Big Deal presentation in Red Deer that the province is looking at ways to improve food production and upgrade food production, and those are certainly municipal issues as well. So partnering on developing great policy and implementing it, to me, just makes sense. I could give you something in writing as well, Ms. Hayes.
All right, open for discussion. Go ahead, Deputy Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. I like the overall idea of it. I don't know how it would be able to be created, because my worry is we are already being stifled by our provincial and federal counterparts. I mean, it'd be great to sit at the table, but I don't know how productive that meeting would be. But perhaps having an advocacy to create a framework where we can maybe have a bigger voice may be a good thing. With regards to the resolutions that are here, I think that it's also important that we pick the ones that we think that we can champion the best. Having too many also is not good either. So I would recommend that we send any of the grizzly bear stuff over to Ag and Community Services to work with the Ag Board on getting information of the numbers and how it's impacting our ag community directly in Clearwater County, et cetera, and giving them some direction in order to help with advocacy on that front. Mobile integrated health, absolutely, and I think that'd be huge in our community. With regards to the surgeon hospital privileges, Minister LaGrange had hinted several times at some type of an announcement regarding privileges provincial-wide. Is there an opportunity for our Reeve to reach out and see if that is true or if that is coming or not? I don't want to waste an opportunity at advocacy if it is already coming. And if it's not, then I'd love us to dig into it some more in the form of a resolution, because Councillor Radcliffe's absolutely right. We've tried every other front. It's not seeming to work other than this. And the rural midwifery, that resolution itself was written by the Alberta Midwife Association. And the Rocky Clearwater Professional Engagement Team was also recommending to build a resolution surrounding equalizing stipends for healthcare across the province. They don't have any stipends specifically for like on-call physicians in a rural area, but on-call physicians in, say, Red Deer, surgeons, not physicians, surgeons in, say, Red Deer get a stipend to be on call, but the rural ones don't. So things like that where they have to be on call, but they aren't compensated for it. And the rural incentive stipend for nurses was actually working quite well and until they opened it up to Grand Prairie, Lethbridge, and Red Deer. And then they were oversubscribed to and they aren't available. Because in my opinion, those aren't rural stipends when you open them up to urban centers, but that's a whole other debate. Those are just some of my initial thoughts that I'd love to hear from the rest of the team.
Okay, Councillor Graham?
I agree 100% with everything you just said, and I agree it's extremely important and it affects our residents, and Councillor Radcliffe, yours is a good proposal too. For me, I was gonna say the grizzly bear is the one that we should take forward. I know there was a cow taken recently too, by another grizzly out west, likely many more as well that I just haven't heard about. I worry with the healthcare ones. I feel like we should push those through other lanes because it affects our residents, obviously, but healthcare is not the county's purview, I guess. And so that's why I'm kind of hesitant on those. We have brought a lot of health things through, and I think we need to maybe pull back on that a bit. And I also worry that if we always have resolutions, it's going to become, oh, it's Clearwater County again, and people aren't going to listen. So that's why I don't want to have multiple ones, but I personally would like the grizzly bear one to go forward because that's something that's very much impacting our farmers here. And while the other ones impact our residents, obviously, it's for the reasons I've stated. I'm a little hesitant on those.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lahey?
Yes, my experience with bringing something to the provincial forum is it usually has to have a widespread appeal. I don't know if the eastern municipalities are going to have as much focus or a spotlight on grizzly bears because essentially it's a eastern slopes issue much more than it is, a province-wide issue. But I think, having that level of advocacy, especially maybe even through the ASBs where it's an agriculture-related thing, may have an impact as well. And I think kind of the same is said about healthcare issues, although it's near and dear to all our communities for sure. Sometimes falls outside of a municipal level responsibility. As a partner, yes, but as a decision maker, we often don't make very many decisions related to healthcare unless it's something we've decided to step up to the plate and take a swing at it. But I think those advocacy issues are something that I have seen ongoing at many municipalities, and I know there's a number of resolutions before the RMA already, directing them to work with the province in those advocacy issues. So I don't know how much energy or how much more we can restate our support for those changes that are happening with healthcare. As we speak, they're re-examining that model and how it's delivered, I think, through the advocacy of the RMA and through each of our municipalities that find it near and dear.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I would also offer too that there's an opportunity at the CRMA to maybe bring these topics up at there to kind of, I guess, field test with our local District 2 members to see where they stand on those issues too before we kind of jump to the pool. Like you mentioned, Councillor Lougheed, this is RMA advocates on behalf of the whole province, and if it's very specific. In regards to Councillor Ratcliffe's suggestion as far as developing 3 levels of policy development, I believe that's where our RMA advocacy efforts are really focused right now. They've taken a different direction, or they're expanding that direction, and they're looking to invite those municipalities that are maybe more directly impacted to help with their advocacy efforts at the provincial and the federal level. So I would like to let them have that opportunity, because that's their new direction, strategic direction. As I understand it, for 2024, 2025. Maybe that's an opportunity to ask directly, or we can submit an email directly to RMA to say, you know, where are your efforts in that regards to, you know, policy development with all 3 levels and including the municipalities at that level. So to me, that's more of a direct ask through our RMA. That might be a better way to start before going through a resolution process. So if you're open to that, would be my suggestion. Go.
Encourage RMA to carry on with that work.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe I'm misunderstanding resolutions, because for example, Councillor Lougheed and Councillor Graham said these healthcare in particular is not a municipal issue, it's provincial, but I actually thought a lot of the resolutions was just that, to tell them these are the issues that we're seeing in your house. This is what we'd like you to do to fix your house. Because if it was a municipal problem, we'd just fix our house. Like we would just solve it if it's a municipal issue, as long as it doesn't break any of the rules that have been imposed on us by our governing body, the province, because we're not technically we're not in the Constitution, so we don't have the ability to do that independently. But I thought that's what this resolution process was for, was to change things the province can change that are out of our house. It's their house. So wouldn't then the healthcare stuff be directly what these resolutions are for? Because technically, the Grizzly Bear one, which is one that I've been pushing hard, so we know that that's very near and dear to my heart, that's not our house either, right? It's actually a federal house technically.
Go ahead, Councillor Loy.
Just, you know, and you're absolutely right. Just to clarify it's not that I don't want to advocate and that I don't advocate for those things. There are certain things that are our responsibility already, and we're not going to shirk those responsibilities. This is taking our provincial lobbying group that has greater access to those individuals and mandating them to move forward with a provincial direction to advocate for those things we believe are important to our community. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but if we only focus on those things that are somebody else's responsibility, then it appears as though perhaps that we are looking for a greater role in making those decisions, and I don't know if we necessarily want to take more work off the province's plate and put it on our own. We get downloaded all the time, and if we're saying, you're not doing a good job at this, it should be our responsibility, gotta kind of find that balance. From my perspective, anyway. I hope that clarifies a little bit.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think we have been more successful than most municipalities in advocating for change to healthcare. I think they have taken suggestions as being very valid and begun implementing some of them. So I think we shouldn't stop. Myself, as an elected official, I know how difficult it is to keep in touch with your constituents and know the pulse of them enough to create policy. So I would expect that the provincial representatives are in a very similar situation and would welcome suggestions, issues coming from the public. So if we start bringing more resolutions to RMA than Northern Sunrise County, I think we should maybe slow down, but until then, I think running them through CRMA, of course, is the best approach. That is the normal process, is it not?
Yes.
To filter them through the different regions.
Yes, definitely. During the board of directors meeting in August, that's an opportunity to discuss with other municipalities what they intend to bring forward as a resolution.
Okay, thank you. And I mean no slight to our friends at Northern Sunrise County.
Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty, just I guess regarding the grizzly bears, I would say that there was a problematic bear and it was a threat to life. Absolutely, that situation would need to be addressed. But the way that it's worded here right now, so it says changes to the Alberta Grizzly Bear Recovery Plan policy to allow property owners to shoot and kill grizzly bears on their land for protection of livestock. Right. So my thought are, this county's created a lot of subdivision of land, so now there are a lot of parcels out there, and if somebody has a smaller parcel in a, there's quite a few acreages all over the place, so we have, somebody has maybe some smaller livestock, chickens or sheep or something like that, and there's a sighting of a grizzly bear. Now somebody goes, it just has a fear of bears in general, so now they grab a rifle, maybe too small of caliber. I've never shot a bear before and shoot and wound this bear. Now you've put this community, you have a wounded grizzly bear. I'm just wondering if there's maybe a possibility of putting the community at risk where that bear was just simply passing by. It had no threat to anybody, but because of a fear of bears that some people do have, right? So I don't know if I totally support this thing. There needs to be some wording changes to simply have this where it says to allow property owners to shoot and kill grizzly bears on their land for protection of livestock. If there are too many bears, and there needs to maybe possibly be a draw system implemented again to manage the number of grizzly bears in a responsible way through different areas of the province. I don't have any of that information on bear statistics, how many there are, how many there aren't, I don't know. Don't have those statistics, and I just don't have it. But if there is, for a draw system to allow hunters to be able to have that opportunity to go out and get a grizzly bear, but I don't know if I just 100%. I think there's a lot of negative and possibly putting the community at risk to just allow people to shoot a grizzly bear, and there may not be an actual justifiable reason for that. Just I'll make that comment. That's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, and I think your comments are extremely valid. This one's regarding grizzly bears, but in the Predation Act, the other species, you absolutely can do exactly what you're saying. And that management practice has gone extremely well. But perhaps there's an opportunity to do some wording changes and things like maybe have the province create a bear management plan or a bear management strategy, and then list suggestions on how that can be implemented. Livestock permitting, for example, you can get a permit as a livestock producer in order to do some predation management, et cetera. However, we need to do something, because getting phone calls from my residents and your residents in the western part of your area, Councillor Northcott, and them telling me that their animals have been killed, because they have, from grizzly bears, and us not doing anything about it would also not be appropriate. We need to do something in order to make sure that those people are heard, or we're never gonna get the real numbers. We really won't. Those livestock producers will take it into their own hands, and we're never gonna get the numbers. And perhaps that needs to be a part of this as well, that we get a better handle on the true numbers. But I also don't think it's appropriate that a livestock producer has to go to prison for protecting their own livestock and gets paid out cents on the dollar for that livestock. The Predation Act is minimally compensates that producer for that loss of that animal. With cattle prices being what they are, and that producer getting very little for a problem that is the province's problem. These bears are not our problem, they are the province's problem, and they're actually, grizzly bears in particular, are a prairie bear. Let's put them back where they belong then, let's put them back in the prairies. That's not going to happen ever, so we need to do some type of advocacy, and I appreciate the support of this team to do that very thing, so that we don't have the next phone call that I get isn't a cow, it's the neighbor's kid, and I do not want to get that phone call.
I would agree. So as through the conversation here in regards, I think we have an opportunity to, I don't think there's ever been a resolution in regards to grizzly issues. Maybe Ms. Haight, you can give a little more background on that one?
Sure. I think the most important piece of information is that legislation right now has listed grizzly bears as a threatened species. So essentially they are protected. And as far as advocating the province, that would be the first step, would be to lobby the province to remove the grizzly bears from the threatened species. Now, the province, for many years, I believe going back to 2008, they developed a fulsome recovery plan for grizzly bears. They have a lot of resources available to help manage bear threats. So I think if council was looking to draft a resolution, their first step would be to request the province to remove the grizzly bear from threatened species, and perhaps review the recovery plan prior to the 5-year review and come up with some potential solutions for adding more resources for property owners to protect their livestock, protect themselves.
Okay, thank you for that. And I agree with your synopsis in that regard too, that the recovery has been well.
Yes.
We're feeling the wellness of that recovery.
Yeah. And if I also may add, Grizzly bears are well-liked and well appreciated and greatly supported by other groups and associations. That is why the government initiated the change to legislation to put them on threatened, is because they are revered. And the province's intent was to educate and provide resources for landowners to put into practice methods and safety mechanisms to protect themselves from grizzly bears.
Yeah.
So it would be a very, it would be a tremendous amount of effort and energy that would need to go into advocating the province for that change.
Yes, I would agree. And I know that Mountain View, our neighbor, they do that grizzly report, or there's a group that does that grizzly reporting that people can subscribe to and understand as well. So it's more awareness on that as well. Couple lights, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thanks, and just to kind of echo what Ms. Haight said, ultimately, I think there's been a shift in the perception within the foothill municipalities that the science doesn't necessarily back up what they're seeing, and perhaps the endangered species is more closely related to the livestock producers along the foothills. Those interactions with bears are increasing, and the anecdotal is there. It's there and true. But I do realize that if you get your information from, as many people do, from social media, if you just need to Google grizzly bear, you're going to have an idyllic, threatened view of the life and habitat of a grizzly bear. So it's going to be difficult for those other municipalities within Alberta to fully endorse an advocacy program that would talk about allowing people to control those in the same manner they control a coyote or another kind of bear. Although I think that's where we'll eventually land on. The advocacy for the short term may have to be on the province putting greater resources into supporting agricultural producers in those problem bears and having a greater proactive support of those producers that are on the front lines right now of dealing with the lag in science keeping up with the reality. So that's my view. Although I think it's worth advocating, I think maybe rather than advocating for the self-control measures that we know are very effective and responsible with producers now, maybe it's putting that responsibility on the province to put greater resources into their wildlife management agencies and people and scientists to get the right tools to support that interaction with our agricultural producers that are really feeling a big pressure to feeling powerless to be able to deal with a problem that's there.
I would agree. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not sure, Ms. Haight, if you were advocating to directly approach the province on this issue as more of a regional thing than through RMA. I wonder if a potential solution would be allowing different regulations in different zones where there is agricultural production, rather than appearing to threaten the population, the entire population, wherever their habitat is. But it would seem, I have to agree with Councillor Lougheed that there seems to be several approaches to be taken on this, or to advocate for several different approaches.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melha.
Thank you, Eve. And that's similar to like what Councillor Northcott was saying, was like the draw system does that very thing. They look at different zones throughout the whole province, and they manage like all of those species based on scientific evidence, and they give draws based on that information and throughout all the different zones. I like what Ms. Haight had said, that we can look at advocating for removing or getting scientific evidence to remove them from the threatened species list, and the adding more resources to protect, to help livestock producers and landowners on these encounters, like what Councillor Lougheed and yourself had said. I think those are both extremely valuable and a good first step at this. I don't know how we can look at drafting all of that up, or if you need motions to that effect. But I also think that there's value in the MIH one in particular, with regards to the health, out of the list that is here. I think that would impact our community the most. Mobile integrated health, it takes a huge stress off of your ER. And with our ER being closed on a regular basis, perhaps having this as a tool in our community would actually help with that problem as well. So not to jump off of the grizzly bear action, but just looking at the other resolution options.
Just to clarify, the attached map to this agenda item shows the communities that are covered, and both Rocky Mountain House and Caroline are covered by the Red Deer program. They're in the Red Deer catchment areas. So is council looking, should council decide that they wish to have a resolution for this item, is the intent to expand beyond the 80-kilometer or 50-kilometer radiuses? And if so, expand it by how much?
Okay, Deputy Melham?
Perhaps then the advocacy needs to come at a different direction, because while they may have expanded their window within the last year and a half, they didn't actually add any more staff. So then all they've done then is created this travel distance time that those paramedics need to travel in which to get to a patient, spend adequate time with that patient, and then travel long distances to the next one, therefore lowering the amount of patients they actually can see just by the sheer distance that they're having to travel. So perhaps there just needs to be different wording surrounding the increased resources or increased units or something like that, because to travel from Red Deer to Sundre, for example, because Sundre is technically in that catchment area as well, that you're seeing one patient and you're driving back. Like, that's not good use of taxpayers' dollars to be driving back and forth. That's not good use of patient care time. You're spending all of your time in a vehicle. So perhaps it just needs to be worded differently. But the value that service brings to communities is actually measurable in dollars as well. The cost savings to the healthcare system to have them doing it rather than them going to an ER. Not just that, but the value to the patient for them not having to load up from a senior's facility and go to the ER for a urinary tract infection that can be treated at home, is saving the taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars. And the patient not having to go there in the first place is saving them. So I don't know if there's a different way to come at that, but there's definitely value there.
So would you suggest then, Deputy Melhoff, that are you suggesting that I'm trying, we see the circles on the map because they're giving a parameter for this. Would we say, especially on your outlier areas, that those parameters, like each community, let's say a population under 10,000 should be having their, an MIH, like I'm trying to give them more direction than just do a blanket. They need to provide more stuff. Like, can we give them a nugget to sink their teeth into it and say, okay, any communities under 10,000 that are outside this distance of blah, 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 there should be, have this service. Go ahead.
Well, and that's the struggle, right? Because we're trying to build this as a provincial thing, as Councillor Lougheed has said, rather than just for our community. Because I can look at Rocky Mountain House and I can see the value of Rocky having their own, because of all of our outlying hamlets and Indigenous communities to the west and Nordegg, and like huge value would be having that here. But that may not be the same in every part of the province. So trying to come at it from a wholesome provincial perspective, it'd be nice to try to figure out what that number could look like. Honestly, I know that there's value in the cities having these, but I was very surprised when they implemented them in the cities first. The cities have walk-in clinics, they have urgent care clinics, they have ambulatory care clinics, they have all of these other options for that population. It's the rural areas that benefit from mobile integrated health the most. It keeps people at home longer, particularly in the rural setting. It makes it so that they don't have to go in, and they can stay living on the farm longer. So I was surprised that these were implemented in the cities first, but that's typically what happens. They pick an urban population and they implement these programs, even though they probably would be stronger used in a rural setting. But not that the cities that this doesn't have value there either, but I just think it has more value rurally. I don't know what the answer is, though. I'm sorry. I wish I had more of a...
No,
This is the line, right?
And understanding that there is a restructuring under that AHS right now, and will this come about? I guess will this evolve more through the four-legged stool, so to speak, that's that has been proposed through Minister LaGrange, and with support with our own Minister Nixon too with this. All right, let's boil this down into some concise, how we would like to direct Ms. Haight and how we would like to carry forward these resolutions. What I heard was possibly bringing forward the Alberta Grizzly Bear Recovery Plan, and starting at that higher level is encouraging that removal at our province to advocate on the removal stage to no longer be a threatened species, and that to bring more data to support that. Maybe we can encourage the province to spend more dollars in that to bring their case to the federal level to do that. Like I say, remove that threatened species designation or category. That's a start. I mean, as we go, maybe there'd be more opportunity to, in regards, like you suggested, Councillor Northcott, on that draw system, and that would be Mr. Lowen to advocate his fellow cabinet members to also support that as well, and what he would like to do on that end of things. The other three that are four, I guess, or unless Councillor Ratcliffe are your last one that you suggested, where you said that, where I suggested just emailing RMA directly on that suggestion, that'd be fine. We have here mobile integrated healthcare, again, the surgeon hospital privileges. I agree with you, Deputy Reeve Malhoff, that maybe it's just a matter of timing with Minister LaGrange. Maybe we just a little bit of the summary, let the summer pass out. We could always bring that forward in the spring RMA as well.
You've been waiting for her to make that announcement for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And then the rural midwifery strategy. So looking to this council in regards to what we would like to put forward, if any, and how we would like to do that. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I guess after listening to all the conversation, I would be supportive of the Grizzlies going through ASB. Maybe that's the best way to start with that, and I think maybe we take this fall off for resolutions. I think they're all very important, and I want to reiterate that, but I think that would be my approach this year.
Okay, so move the Grizzly one to the Alberta Ag Service Board to take forward with that. Perfect. Any other comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
With the grizzly bear one, everybody's been listening to the news. There was 4 grizzly bears killed in the Yoho National Parks by vehicles. There is a huge lobbying group lobbying against anything that would endanger a grizzly bear. Like, it is a huge group. They are in the provincial buildings in Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and now they're in the federal because it happened in a federal park. This is a huge group that you're going to be going up against. That's the one that we need to educate.
Okay.
It's a huge undertaking. Like Ms. Hicks said, it's going to take a pile of energy and a pile of resources. I don't have the name of this group that is lobbying, but boy, they are getting very loud in Canada. And just because 4 grizzly bears were killed in the Yoho National Park with cars.
So,
I agree, we need to protect our farmers, but boy, I don't know how you go about doing that. Can we get some names of this lobbying group and maybe address them?
go to them directly.
Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I think that there's many different directions this can go. And I agree with Councillor Graham sending to ASB, because I think they could also, and we could probably do it too, look at having the numbers changed even on the predation recovery program, where and make them reflect market value. Like if you still want to keep these animals protected, at least allow the landowners and the farmers to actually get the value out of the livestock that the animal has taken. There's issues with that too. It takes a lot of resources to determine that, and there's many animals that aren't in that. Like chickens, for example, are not listed. So I think ASB can take it and can look at it from all of those directions, and come up with some solutions that if they don't want to change them as a threatened species, and perhaps ASB won't want to either. Like that's a group full of, I mean, you guys are aware of who's on there, agricultural producers and landowners. And if they don't feel that it's a problem, perhaps they can go from that direction too and go, okay, not as much of an issue, but let's change the Predation Act to actually allow market value cost of the livestock that's been impacted. Like there's many different directions. So I agree with taking it to ASB. I think that that's a good start. And if we get some traction there, maybe it needs to have RMA effort on the other side. But we can try to come up with a solution from that direction too. But I agree with you. This is more than just us talking about this at this table. It's a big issue. But I mean, if there's 4 hit in a very short time frame on a highway, perhaps they're not as threatened as people say.
Thank you for that. So with that, I'm just wondering if there needs to be a motion by this council to take forward that grizzly bear, what have you had? Alberta Grizzly Bear Recovery Plan to ASB.
Yes, if administration could have, in the form of a motion, direction as to which one of these resolutions, proposed resolutions, is to be drafted, and or request the ASB to draft one.
Okay.
And oh, totally lost it. There's something else.
No? So.
Yeah, I think that just giving administration as to which proposed resolutions that are up for drafting.
Okay. So as we've just finished discussing, and I think we, I see, go ahead.
If I also may add,
Yep.
I remembered what I was going to say. The resolution, the motion does not need to have the specific wording for the proposed resolution. I've taken notes.
Okay.
So.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so with that, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I would like to see something said about the surgical hospital privileges. especially in our area. I think there was more than just the Rocky Mountain House Hospital that got a new surgical wing in Alberta. I think there was quite a number. There was millions of dollars spent in hospitals. I don't have the exact figures there is, but we need to get that corrected, because when you get old like me, boy, you get a date to go in and get some surgery done, it is postponed at least 4 times before you ever get in. And a lot of people die before they get in. But if this was moved ahead, when they had their first surgery date, they would get in and you would save their life. This is pretty serious stuff when it gets to people with chronic diseases. They're not getting the service that Alberta government says that they're going to supply.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hayes.
And yes, if I may add some background information to that. The way that the hospital privileges work is the board for the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta, they're the governing board to establish privileges for surgeons. And there's very strict criteria and regulations to do that. And one of those criteria is that the surgeon, in order to have privileges, must have the required facility and resources. So, for example, they have to have, if they want to have privileges to operate in Rocky Mountain House, that facility must be completely equipped with staff and equipment to do that type of surgery. And they classify surgeries, I think there's seven different types of classifications for surgeries. And if that hospital does not have the required equipment, there isn't any way that that surgeon is going to get privileges for that hospital, not until that hospital has what is needed for that surgeon. And so now that Rocky Mountain House has this expansion, it's quite possible that there'll be more privileges given. And same thing with Red Deer Hospital and their expansion. It may be that privileges will now be open up because now these hospitals are properly equipped. Just for background information.
So how do we get this information that what this hospital can do and what equipment it needs? Who mandates that? Red Deer or the Alberta Health Services out of Edmonton?
That would be Alberta Health Services, and also in conjunction with the College of Physicians and Surgeons. The college follows the guidelines and regulations from Alberta Health Services. So they work together. Alberta Health Services tells the colleges no, sorry, I got that wrong. The colleges tell, because the colleges is made up of surgeons, doctors and surgeons, and they advise Alberta Health Services on the required equipment, hospital facilities, and staff, et cetera, that are needed to carry out these surgical privileges.
Yes, so I understand that there are certain hospitals that do certain things in this area in the Red Deer Hospital. My wife has to have operations on her eyes. She was given Innisfail with Tasquin and another one.
Yeah.
And it's being postponed again.
Yeah.
For the 3rd time.
Yeah.
And we've spent millions of dollars here in the Rocky one, and I understand it's not even open and there has been no surgeries done there. or is it even open? It's open. Has there been any surgeries done? And what do they do in Rocky? What is their specialty?
They don't have a specific specialty.
Go
Sorry,
ahead, Deputy Reeve.
I'm not, they don't have a specific specialty other than they do a lot of endoscopy and gastroscopy here. But it depends on the surgeon that is using the facility, and the equipment that is available. Our historic issue is not just surgical privileges, because yes, the College of Physicians and Surgeons governs privileges. That's absolutely accurate. The issue is Red Deer also is a gatekeeper to privileging within the rural areas in Central Zone. That's a whole other can of worms, different problem. In our hospital, we also have an issue with regards to the wraparound services that go with these. We need more beds for acute care, because if you have more surgeries, you need more acute care beds, you need more nurse to patient ratio for acute care beds. There's other things that go with it. So it is a big can of worms and a lot of research needs to be done. I agree, advocacy on all of these fronts needs to be done, but it's not just about the surgeon privileges. There's a lot to it.
Okay, so whenever I did an investigation into an accident, I always had to get to the root cause. What is the root cause here? It can't be all of those things that you said. There must be one root cause that we need to go after to get corrected, to get something moving forward on this. Because it doesn't look like anything's moving forward on any of this surgical and healthcare that we have. You got to get to the root cause.
So.
And where is that?
So very good discussion, and I just want to be careful what we're staying within our discussion of resolutions. So I'll let Deputy Reeve Meloff answer that, and then we'll carry on with our resolution discussion.
Thank you, Reeve. We absolutely can dig into this more offline. It's, like I said, it's a big can of worms and we can dig into it. My hope is that all the root causes, because there's multiple root causes, because it's multiple disciplines, will be addressed when they do the pillars, as the Reeve had mentioned, because this portion of the healthcare system has not been dug into yet for the revamping. So I'm hoping that they will dig into all of that and solve a lot of these problems as they go forward, and we can give them lots of suggestions along the way, hopefully. But I can give you way more information on this in the background. I'll send you a bunch of information if you'd like.
It all boils down to that you got to get to the root cause so you can go ahead and get the rest of it fixed.
Not disagreeing. I agree with you, Councillor Cermak, and that's where, as you've suggested, that maybe the advocacy level, and this happens at a ministerial level, this doesn't happen at a municipal level, so we don't want to dip our toe too big into the other pool, because we don't want to be downloaded either. So be careful what we ask for, be careful what we advocate for, but this is going to be a 2-year process, the way it was displayed or given to us last November when they first started down this process of, compartmentalizing, blah, 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 for the 4 pillars. So we're just barely into this 10 months, 8 months, and so this is still going to be. And as Deputy Meloff has mentioned, there's more root causes to all of this. And yes, I'm looking forward to finding a simpler solution and agreeing with you that there is root cause, but this is compounded to and escalated to a point now. Things are being done, but it will take a little while to get through the mud, wade through the mud. So. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Meloff, and I'll go to Councillor
I was going to make a motion if we're ready for a motion.
Yep.
The council directs the Ag Service Board to research and draft advocacy around predation management, including but not limited to more resources for producers.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion on that motion, please. Do you have no, not on this motion? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Does that include the elk that eat all the hay, gophers that eat all the grass in our area? I mean, how deep do you want to go into this, or is this just for grizzly bears? I get lots of phone calls about grasslands that are being ate up by gophers, and we have no response for that. You said also that, you don't get compensated when you lose an animal. I don't think farmers get compensated for the 100 head of elk that go through their hay.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
So to be fair, I didn't say you don't get compensated. The compensation is not equate to the fair market value. There is compensation plan. It doesn't include everything, but they need to take a look at that, which is why I left it as vague as I did. To include things like the elk, the gophers, the bears, the wolves, the whatever, and then they can look at it holistically. They can do whatever research needs to be done. That group of producers can see where the biggest issues in our county are, and advocate from that standpoint. That's why I left it a little bit more vague, so that they aren't handcuffed with what we're asking them to do, so that they can look at it from a whole perspective. If they need to ask for market value predation management, great. Look at other options, draw system, whatever, for any of the problems. That's why I left it vague.
Okay.
It's just gonna keyhole just one certain area.
Absolutely.
Because there's lots that the farmers have to put up with in the eastern slopes and in the prairie too.
For sure, and that's why I left it more vague than just
Appreciate that.
that.
I just wanted to get it out there that there's a whole host of things that need to be corrected. Because, I mean, right now, I think that a person gets $200 or $300 for an animal that gets ate. Right now, you can take an old dead, half-dead cow to an auction market and get $3,000. And they're offering you $250. Like, we gotta get into the reality of what it is.
Sure.
Or we're not gonna have any farmers producing food. And that's pretty important.
Yeah, thank you. So the motion is on the floor. Any other comments, questions to that motion? Call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I did have one more question. This was around RMA advocacy, but do we know when the FCM resolution deadlines are for federal advocacy?
No, I'm sorry, I don't know those deadlines.
Okay, I know that FCM just passed, so there'd be, I think, opportunity for us to think about what federal advocacy we'd like to have happen. We obviously are FCM members, and there are 4 or 5 resolutions at this last FCM. Alberta is the biggest. We come out the best at FCM, and most of the resolutions that were there were, I don't think, geared towards the needs that we have. I think there'd be value in us looking into when those deadlines are, and potentially drafting some advocacy to FCM. I think there's value there, and I'd even throw out the recommendation that we look at constitutional changes to include municipalities in an FCM resolution.
Okay. Okay. So would that be a motion to bring back for information, Director? Yeah.
Yeah, I would make the motion to bring back information regarding FCM resolutions, deadlines, requirements, et cetera. And then we can discuss what those resolutions may look like at that time.
Yep, for sure.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. So I believe we're gonna take a break at 11:45, so if we can just keep moving on, we'll have our break at 11:45. Yeah. Well, let's go to 11:45 and then we can take a good 45 minutes off, if that works. Okay, moving on to reports. So 7.1 is the CEO report for June 25th. I'll look across to CEO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. The June 25th CEO report, Alberta Communities Convention is in Red Deer from September 25th to the 27th. The early bird registration does end August 16th. As per Council's conferences and training policy, one councillor is authorized to attend.
Is there any interest at this time? Yep, I'm interested in going to Venus House and Red Deer. Is there any other counselors? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
I would make the motion on authorizing council to attend. It's great that it's here in Red, like it's local to Red Deer. It'd be great to have the opportunity for other councilors to attend if they so wanted to do so.
Yep. Okay, so motion on the floor to allow councilor attendance for the 25th to the 27th of September. I'll call the question. All those in favor for councilor attendance? Okay, that motion's carried. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alberta Care Fall Conference 2024 is in Bonnyville from September 11th to the 13th. And again, as per policy, authorization is required to attend.
Okay, I know I've attended in the past. I believe Councillor Northcott and Ratcliffe and Cermak have attended. It's a great conference. And so, that regard, is anyone interested in going? Go ahead, Deputy Bellhoff.
I can again make the motion for council's attendance should they wish to attend the CARE conference in September.
Thank you for the motion. Any discussion? We'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you very much. The Municipality of Alberta's 2024 Post-Secondary Scholarship is open for applications. The scholarship, established in 1995, is designed to encourage young rural Albertans to pursue further education, thereby enhancing the ability of these young people to make meaningful contributions in their communities in subsequent years. A scholarship in the amount of $1,000 is presented to one successful applicant from each of the 5 districts. The 2024 application term will end August 31st. All interested persons are invited to apply for the RMA post-scholarship by submitting the required information through the RMA's online application process, and the application term closes August 31st. Family and Community Support Services Association of Alberta Annual Conference is November 13th to the 15th. Exact location has not been determined at this time. Northeast Region is hosting this year. Registration is not open yet, and the link is attached.
Okay. Through the organizational meeting, we will have appointed FCSS members to the board in October. So maybe that's perhaps, I know I've attended it once. It's a very good conference, so perhaps those 2 members, I think there's 2, correct? There's 2, yeah, would have an opportunity to go to those conferences. Go to the conference, sorry, those 2 members that we appoint in October. So I think that's a good opportunity for that. I'm not sure if it overlaps with, no, it would not overlap with our fall RMA. I think the fall RMA is before, correct?
Yes, it's the week before.
Week before? Thank you. Deputy Bellhoff?
Thank you. Do we need a motion authorizing attendance for the 2 FCSS representatives?
Excuse me. No, just if you, if council wish to authorize any councillor's attendance.
Oh. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just have a question, and the answer may have left, and that is that there are public members appointed to this board. Have we, in the past, supported public members to attend this conference?
I know in my past involvement, it was the FCSS board themselves, like the managing partner, had funds within their budget to allow for a public member to come, like to go. So it would not only be I believe they have 3 or 4 positions or or 3-4 openings that they sponsor themselves, or that's through their own budgeting process. So that's where the public member would have the opportunity. But out of our 2 representatives, if one only wanted to go, we could offer the second one to a public member that we appoint as well at that point in time. So there's that opportunity as well.
Okay, because I think some of the members to the board are appointed, is it for 3 years, 5 years? So-
FCSS, I believe they're appointed. I'm not sure what, I'd have to go back to the terms of reference for that committee. But,
Okay, that's good, thank you.
okay, thank you. So with that, we also have the tracking list there that is attached. If there's any comments, questions, not looking for a motion to accept the CAO report. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have a question first. I noticed that the short-term rental report is marked as complete. Is that an error? Because I haven't seen anything on that as to the number of licenses that have been issued, anything like that. So,
Under that item, I believe the link is attached for your review as well.
from the policy? Or is that
Sure.
just for review? It's dated 2023.
In the column Councillor Ratcliffe is referring to is that the date brought back to council, that column, it says March 26, 2023. Maybe it should have been read 2024. You want to just look at that column, just above the link. Should have read 2024.
Previously, it was not marked as complete?
So on the link, the report is attached, which is a 2023 annual report that shows the statistics and everything that was requested. If administration didn't understand, I'd look for clarification. We'd be glad to bring back. I'm just not following Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah, the request was to know how many licenses had been issued, how many other operators there are that aren't licensed, and some measure of success of the program, the bylaw in dealing with the issues that were brought forward by residents. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I would
Oh, sorry.
continue if I may make a motion to accept this for information.
Okay, and then I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. I was just reading over it, and it shows that there was 10 approved short-term applications total. 1 was refused, 9 were approved for 2023. Obviously, we're not done 2024, so we don't have an update on 2024. But I can say that, I mean, you sit on Municipal Planning Commission, so you've seen some of the numbers. There is way more not licensed, way more that don't have, that haven't let the county know for sure. But it's 10 that is showing in the 2023 report anyway.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sarmac?
Yeah, it says here, administration bringing a revised dust control policy. I clicked on that and I couldn't get any of the amendment up. I clicked on it and all it came up was with council meeting on my computer and I clicked on it. Maybe I'm not techie enough to get into it, but is it possible to have that presented or given to me?
Sure.
That revised dust control policy? I clicked on that and it come up to a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Motion on the floor, if there's no other comments or questions, motions on the floor to accept the CAO report for information. Counselor Lahey? No? Okay. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Right, moving on to the capital cost report for May 2024. I don't believe there's a presentation, it's just for information. Go ahead, Counselor Graham.
I will make a motion that we accept the capital cost report and operational cost report for information as presented.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on that? No, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Now, looking at the time at 11:45, we are going to take our lunch break till 12:30 and be back with 7.3. And welcome back. We just had our lunch break, and we're back into our report section. And we are at item 7.3, the capital status report. I'm looking at council here in regards to, do you have any questions on the capital status report? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to mention the asphalt overlay on Kaimi and the airport road, and what a great job that crew has been doing. They've been cruising along like crazy. On Saturday, I tried to avoid them with my gravel truck, and they were already past where I could avoid them. And then they were very great to accommodate me to get through, and it was just kudos to them. They've done wonderful work. And I'll make a motion to accept the capital report as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. I would reiterate that the county's been very busy the last couple of weeks with the washout out at the Norfolk Road, and of course, like you've mentioned, it's been busy with the graveling and whatnot. And I'm excited to see the 3.2 item about the Hamlet of Lesville community feature. It's nice to see that design in there. I think that actually speaks to what I think our vision was in having something there within that community. And yeah, always great to see the pictures of things that are moving on and things are green, and there's nothing to do with snow plowing at this time of year like it was last winter or last weekend is what I was heard. So, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I don't have a question. I was just going to add a comment about the airport road overlay. That's the road is prepped, and where those bump signs are by the bridge and the level changes, I would recommend no more than 5 kilometers an hour to cross those. So when they get there, that'll be a huge improvement.
Very good, very good. Awesome. All right, so the motion on the floor to accept the capital status report for June 25th. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to the Clearwater Regional Fire Services report for the month of May. And with the wonderful moisture that we did get, it was fairly quiet, which was great. In the fire department, I'll just say, as far as those things, they still did respond to motor vehicle accidents and whatnot. So and of course they did mention the May Long Weekend Task Force on May 17th, and what at that intersection on Highway 11 and Highway 575. I'll say that now. 756. Yes, interesting to see those stats, because we were there. I know there was five of us there for a couple hours, and to see how many violations and the numbers of the impaired drivers and suspended driver, Public Lands Act, all those tickets in a matter of 3 hours happened while we were there. So anyway, looking for a motion to accept the Regional Fire Rescue Services report. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? Thank you. Now moving on to Councillor verbal reports. And I'm just looking, would you like to start at the other end? Councillor Cermak, would you be ready? Not really? Okay. All right, then I'll start with Councillor Graham, please. I just thought I'd change it up. Go ahead. Okay, I'll change it. Okay, go ahead.
So I finished my EOEP, the regional collaboration one. I have one more left to do. It was really good. The best part was actually talking to the other counselors, and I really like the rural urban perspective, getting to hear each other's problems. I think that's important. Whoops. We did some planning for Market on Main for the library, so make sure that you guys stop by the library booth on Market on Main, because we're gonna have some really cool stuff. It was a really fun night, and we're gonna have some great stuff there. I had a drop-in session, and I had people show up, so that was cool. That was great. Obviously the broadband announcement, amalgamation meeting, strategic planning. We had the Land Use Bylaw Public Advisory Committee meeting, it went great again, once again, 100% attendance. So it's really a wonderful group that's on that public advisory committee. I'm super happy with them and glad to be on that crew. Then we had our steering committee, Land Use Bylaw Steering Committee meeting, also a good group. Cause it's us, obviously, but, I attended the Rocky Community Learning Center sustainability planning, and then we had our meeting before and after. That was really good. It was interesting to have a different perspective from doing strategic planning and doing sustainability planning instead. And there were some really cool suggestions made that we're gonna try out. And I think that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Not. Moving on to Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and as Councillor Graham says, although I think we've been very busy over the last couple of weeks, I don't have a lot to report, other than I would suggest that I have 68 million and one reason to be happy this report. The 68 million, of course, is the money that will be coming to this community to support improving rural broadband here. I think that will bring a lot of economic development. I think it's will bridge that rural divide that we feel here sometimes. And then the other one reason is that our amalgamation report is ready to go back to the prospective councils for endorsement to send to the minister. So I'm very pleased that that's happened too. So again, 68 million and one reasons to celebrate.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melha.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Council, for bearing with me while I attended my daughter's kindergarten graduation ceremony. It means a lot that you allowed me to step out to be a part of that milestone in her life. I attended much of the same things that the rest of Council did. The only thing I think that wasn't already mentioned was, and again, I attended as a parent, but it's still notable, the Gimlet Rodeo, the Junior Rodeo, and the Cara Rodeo. They do such a great job at Gimlet on that, including all age groups, and then they do a fabulous job. So we're blessed to have groups like that within our community. And Municipal Planning Commission, we toured much of the county, aside from Nordig. I think we were in all portions of the county on that tour, and it's great to have an opportunity to look at what people are trying to do with their land and make some great things happen within our county. So, other than all the things that have already been mentioned, those were my only two add-ons.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Okay, my last couple of weeks have been fairly quiet, however. Completely aware of the broadband announcement for the $68 million, but I do have a couple questions regarding that. There was and some thoughts on it. There was a statement in the newspaper. It said that Clearwater County officials say the 5 grants from Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada and the Government of Alberta will cover up to 75% of its broadband project costs. That's this statement here. However, how many grants were applied for in total? It said there's 5, but how many grants were applied for in total? If I may ask Mr. Emmons.
Yeah, and I will also comment too, I'll let Mr. Emmons reply, but also comment that on July 2nd, we'll have our broadband committee meeting, and that will probably be more information at that point in time too. So just, that's in 1 week. We'll have our broadband committee meeting, and you'll get more background on those grants and everything else is what I expect. But I'll let Mr. Emmons answer your question as to when.
Thank you, and I believe 6 and 1 was unsuccessful, but I would want that clarified, Councillor Northcott. But as my memory goes, it was 6 and 1 unsuccessful.
Okay, and then would there be additional backbone infrastructure that would have to be installed in Clearwater County? That is that in the grants or not in the grants, or who would pay for additional backbone if there's still additional backbone that needs to be installed?
The grants did outline the areas that needed to be covered, and so it would include.
So it includes all the backbones?
Yeah.
Okay. What about future operating and maintenance costs? Has that been?
Grants, rarely do grants cover any future upgrades or operating.
Okay, so those costs will be ongoing into the future. What are those projected costs?
That I would have to bring back to the broadband committee. At this time, I didn't come with that, Councillor Northland.
I don't have anything else to report.
Okay, Councillor Graham?
I just, maybe to assist Councillor Northcott, we did discuss all these things at the broadband committee, so they would be in agenda packages that we have historically received.
Councillor Northcott?
Thank you for the comment, Councillor Graham. However, I guess my point is that I don't know if I totally accurately believe that 75% grant funding, that statement that was made, is 100% accurate. That's where I'm going with that. You're correct, that was all put into broadband. All those meetings were in closed session. So I maybe have a difference of opinion saying like that statement doesn't truly cover 75% of the broadband project in Clearwater County.
All right. Takes a few times to shut her off. Okay, moving on then, Councillor Ratcliffe, what's your report?
Thank you, Reeve. I have to go back a little bit here in time because I didn't have my report from the FCM at our last meeting. So I'm going to start there. In the trade show, I had a very interesting conversation with a representative from the Port of Prince Rupert. She told me, I mean, besides the expansion being planned, but that day they had signed an agreement with the province of Alberta for some joint development of that port. If we only had a economical new route to get there, I think that's great news for the future of Western Canada. Just some comments that I felt were interesting through the different sessions that I attended. One was talking about housing, and the statement was made that government adds 30% to the cost of a new home in regulations, fees, and taxes. So that is inhibiting housing development. A high quality of life in a community has the lowest cost of government support. So that's an interesting kind of target as we grow. Next item, the three biggest factors that govern the Canadian GDP are number one, oil and gas, number two, tourism, number three, agriculture. So those are the things that governments, municipalities should be focusing on expanding. And as far as the actions for tourism growth, there were three items identified there. One is connecting opportunity with investment. The second was having destination leadership. What are we as a destination? And third was Indigenous partnerships in tourism. I attended a session called Futures Ready Municipalities. It was actually spelled as Future Ready Municipalities. But this is presented by the City of Calgary, and their approach is that there are multiple futures possible. And we've heard this from other presentations, that the future has already happened. That somewhere somebody is doing something that is going to be a trend for the next 10 years or whatever. And the need to recognize those so that you can pivot your directions on economic development are essential. So they stated that the three major factors that are going to influence our future are number one, climate change, and not so much in trying to prevent climate change, but being victims of climate change. So droughts, flooding, and all the other issues that follow that. Like with droughts, you get more forest fire. The second was artificial intelligence, as to how much that's going to impact society. And number 3 was inequity. And this is as more of the wealth goes to the 3% that are controlling 50% or more of the money, how that impacts the rest of society. And a couple of guiding comments were change that used to happen in 7 generations is now happening in less than 1. And so what municipalities need to do is become more resilient, adaptable, and nimble in the present. So, you know, we've had the documents and policies from 10 years or more that no longer fit. So it's keeping up with change. And also build capacity in your community. Another interesting comment was 3 of 5 occupations 2 generations from now don't even exist now. So this is how fast the world is changing, society is changing, and municipalities have to keep up. And that's certainly a challenge we face in this room, is keeping up and trying to build into the future in the right direction. So that was from the FCM conference. As far as what I've been up to lately, on June 12th, I attended the FCSS Strategic Planning Annual Review. The venue was a horse arena where they do work with people with PTSD. It was amazing how much the horses responded to the mood of the people around them. And then in the afternoon, I attended the last meeting of the Regional Recreation Board. Public member comments were that they had trouble understanding why no one wanted their passion, knowledge, and commitment to building recreation in the community. And then with the rest of you, I attended the long-awaited broadband grant announcement. And by long-awaited, I've been saying for 15 years or so that rural communities are not sustainable without this level of broadband connectivity. The magnitude of these grants offers this county the opportunity to demonstrate what a rural connected community can be. So it was a broadband Christmas. With the rest of you, I also attended the amalgamation meetings, strat planning meetings, land use, bylaw readings, then a full day of MPC tours and discussions. I tried to attend with some other councillors the Police Review Commission, and there was some technical difficulty. We were talking to ourselves. Then on Saturday, I took my drop-in session to Nordegg for the first time as an experiment. It was actually fairly busy. I had 10 people come in. The biggest issue is short-term rentals. A lot of these people bought their lots there to enjoy the peace and quiet. And the original issues that the request came forward for a bylaw on short-term rentals, which is, improperly managed garbage, late-hour noise, uncontrolled pets, unsupervised bonfires, trespassing, ATVs, the dust turned up by that, it's still a big issue that people are not able to enjoy their property and the lifestyle they thought they were getting. And it's not everyone. It's, you know, some people are quite respectable. It's usually when there's a location or an Airbnb that is overcrowded. That if you have a 2-bedroom cottage and there's over a dozen people there, that's more when things get out of control. There's also a comment about having low water pressure on weekends when there are more people out there. And that the emergency response is inadequate for the number of people, like 10,000 or more, that are out that way in the long weekend. That is my report.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the FCM, for your questions and statements are very relevant and will give us more food for thought going forward until the next FCM, I'm sure. So anyways, now, Councillor Cermak, are you ready?
Sure.
Thank you.
I was actually ready before,
Okay.
but I just didn't want to get out of tradition.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I attended the amalgamation meeting here. I thought it went well. Now it just has to go back to both councils to be approved, and then it goes off to Mr. Rick McIver for his decision, which is pretty exciting for Caroline and for the county. Broadband, the announcement I thought was okay. 68 million is a lot of money. I think it's going to take a lot more money to finish what has been started. But I think it's going to be great for the county and all the hamlets that are in the county, and we should be able to prosper from it. I especially want to say something about the Stratton meeting that we had here. I thought the discussion that the council had was fantastic on the direction that we want to go. And if anybody is worried what we're doing, go back to the meeting and please review it. I thought there was a lot of good information given in that meeting, and it will certainly tell a lot of the people the direction that the council and the county are going in and what we can do and what we can't do. I thought it was very well done. I would like to take a big bouquet and give it to our administration for presenting with all the facts and stuff. I thought it was very well done. Thank you. I really did appreciate that. And I was listening to the news this morning, and a thing that really got to me, I'm into trivia, so I like this. Cannabis has taken over from alcohol on impairment on the road. Alcohol used to be the big issue of impairment, now cannabis is. That was reported on Global, on both their news reports this morning. At 6 o'clock, it was right out there in big bold letters. Which shocked me. I didn't figure that would ever overtake alcohol, but it has, which is pretty shocking. And then if nobody's doing anything on July 1st, we have a breakfast from 9 till 11 at the Caroline Museum, and everybody's welcome. And then the honor guard will be down from the museum at noon, and there will be cake served, Canada Day cake. And that's my report.
Thank you. Any comments, questions for Councillor Cermak? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Does that mean that alcohol consumption is down? There are less on the road, or just that the other one is overtaking it?
They did not on that. They
Yeah.
just said that
Okay.
the impaired people are getting picked up. The percentage is higher for cannabis than it is for alcohol now.
Okay. I regret I will be unable to attend the breakfast in Caroline.
Thank you.
We will miss you. You always come.
There you go. So quickly for my council report, as noted, I went for a 2-day, the ASHA board had their strategic planning. We did 2 days, and it was in regards to governance. We had a great facilitator from Calgary, Strix, strix.ca. Ally was our facilitator. She did great. She does a lot of Post-it notes and dioramas, and the whole room was just covered with paper and Post-it notes and everything else. And it was, I've got a few different ideas in regards to how we want to. She had an area where, when the topic came up of that really wasn't on, she put it on a sticky note, and she had a paper called the parking lot, so that way we come back to the parking lot and discuss those topics. So I thought that was a really good idea, good takeaway for myself. So I thought that was good. Then I raced back on the Friday the 14th for the to MC the federal announcement for the broadband with with the Honorable Minister Hutchings and Gublish. And of course, the broadband committee on July 2nd we will be discussing more on those grants and what they entail and more details. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. Yes, I will reiterate what Councillor Cermak said about our strategic planning. That was a great day of conversation, and we had a really good, robust discussion that day in regards to our priorities. I thought that was excellent. On the 18th, I popped into the Rocky Learning Center for their tea. It was nice to see a great turnout. I put my name in the draw. It did not get done, but that's okay. Followed by the LUB Steering Committee. I thought that, again, that committee meeting that afternoon was great. On the 20th, I popped into the Chamber AGM. They have not been doing their new tradition for the last 10 years. Apparently, the president and vice presidents get sworn in by the county reeve and the town mayor. So I had to perform the swearing in duties that evening for them. And then I popped over to the West Country Family Services. They had their AGM at the Legion. And for both organizations, congratulations to their new board members for 2024-2025. On the morning of the 21st, I had a meeting with Minister Nixon, with the village mayor and CEO, with CEO Emmons, the Rocky Senior Housing ED and Chair Councillor Hutchings, and the Rocky Chamber, not the Rocky, the Caroline Chamber of Commerce. The conversation was in regards to the Caroline Lodge project, and I will say that there was a robust conversation. We had 45 minutes, so we all had to discuss what had taken place in the past, what's going forward, and the discussion led us to where, instead of maybe having one facility in Caroline, that maybe we should take a regional approach, and understanding that the 8 units in Caroline, the 4 units in Leslieville, the possibility of having more units in Nordegg, replacement of the units here in Rocky, that maybe it should be a regional project and not just one standalone project in Caroline. So there'll be a discussion at the Rocky Senior Housing Council tomorrow morning, because at the end of the day, this regional housing project, if it comes to fruition, or if that's the road we want to go down, will need how it was put, like would need ownership, or needs a key entity to bring it forward as far as the grant. So we will have, I know Councillor Cermak and I are on the Senior Housing Council. We'll have a more robust discussion about it tomorrow, and we can bring it bring forward in our next council meeting any of the discussion or going forward, what those details may occur, if the decision is to accept or decline the opportunity. And then I heard that there was some Indian races on the weekend in Rocky, and some fireworks, and although I did not attend, I heard lots of good things about it. So hopefully they continue to bring that event back to our area in the future. And other than that, that's all I have for my report. And looking for a motion to accept verbal reports. Counselor Cermak?
One question.
Sure.
Who set up the meeting with this housing thing in Caroline that took place on Friday that I knew nothing about?
Yes, it was a direct email request from Minister Nixon's office, specifically for CO Emmons and I. That was not an open thing. It was to have, so only the CAO and of the regional housing, like Ms. Kidd and the chair. So there was like basically 2 people from every organization there. So with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, regarding that discussion, I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more on what the next steps you expect to be.
So the next steps Minister Nixon would like is for the Rocky Seniors Housing, whether they would like to take ownership of this project, and they was going to look at a regional approach in that regard. We did have, Minister Nixon did have his deputy minister also there, Dave Williams. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that off the top. So they were talking about, it was multiple, I know COM has took 3 pages of notes. I just let him take notes. I just listen. So really the high level is it needs to go to tomorrow's Rocky Senior Housing Council for further discussion, and then come back from there what a regionalization plan would look like. Because we did, both CEO Emmons and I did mention with amalgamation with Caroline that we need to take a regional approach on having proper, I don't know if it's proper, but having that discussion on a regional approach going ahead. I don't know, did you want to offer anything more, CEO Emmons, or did I kind of cover it? Good, okay. Yep, go ahead.
Would you say there is an appetite on the part of the government to fund more seniors housing here?
Oh, Minister Nixon would love to dole out more money for more senior housing. It's just the matter of the housing that the government already owns. The government owns those 8 units in Caroline. They own the 4 units in Leslieville. They own some housing here in Rocky Mountain House. And so those are all aging out. So what does it look like to replace those? And I know the program in and of itself is you have to net a minimum of 5 more units. So what is the minimum 5 units like? So they haven't really given us a full assessment of what those buildings look like. But we all in agreement that there is a desire for more senior housing in the region, whether that's all in Caroline as presented, or does it need to be pieced out?
Okay. I'll be looking forward to more information on that develops. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So looking for a motion to accept the verbal councillor reports. Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the councillor remuneration. And looking for any questions or comments, and if not, looking for a motion to accept the councillor remuneration. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Would make that motion that we accept the councillor remuneration. I also want to add that in looking through it, I see that we are, all of us, not doing the same approach as to how we record our time. So anyway, I do make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Just to add a comment to that, that's when we come to the notices of motion, that's where my notice of motion is going to come, and hopefully we can get all on the same page with that when we have that discussion. So, so motion on the floor to accept council remuneration. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on to correspondence, we have the Municipal Affairs Canada Community Building Fund. I believe that used to be called the Gas Tax Fund or GST rebate once upon a time. And that's all there. If there's no other questions on that, just make a motion for acceptance. Thank you, Councillor Graham, to accept the correspondence. Call the question, all those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the notices of motion. I have submitted a notice of motion in regards to council remuneration policy. It'll come back to our July 9th meeting, and go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would like to request that the motion be brought back to council that the motion is considered by council at the July 23rd meeting, if that is okay.
Yep.
I will be out of.
I understand, because with time and agenda priorities,
Well, and I also will be out of province on that day.
Okay,
So,
okay.
on July 9th.
No, and that's fair. Well, I have no problems postponing it till the July 23rd meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. We can make note of that. So with that, pardon me? Does acquire, do we, go ahead, Ms. Haight.
The motion itself is not, I don't believe there's any amendments to the motion itself, which is that council reviews the council remuneration policy. It's just, the date is more administrative, so, no, this motion would not require an amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on then. That's it, right? Okay.
You
so
are
perfect.
giving notice.
Giving notice, okay, sounds good. So moving on to our closed session. We'll need a motion to go into closed session. Okay, Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? The motion's carried. And welcome back. We just come out of our closed session. No motions will be coming out of our closed session. We have one other item on our agenda, that's adjournment. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Okay, Councillor Northcott will make the motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you. See you 2 weeks.